Good morning, afternoon, rather. Alright, well, JW, if you want, I mean, it's, well, it'll take a couple minutes, we can just reload and re-add it. I've been trying to trim the fat on some of the mods, because we've got so many these days. Actually, there's a mod, you know what, I'm gonna rehost, because there's a mod I want anyway. Sorry. Sorry for everyone who just downloaded a 70 megabyte file and now has to redo it, but... we're looking for rate. Oh. That's not what it's called. Crap, now I can't find it. This one, rates-calc extreme. Alright, and then the mod that I want is, I saw, I can remember the name, there was a mod specifically to display which mods we have for streaming. Mod list UI, I think it's called. Adds a button to show a window listing active mods and versions. Made 2 days ago. But it does this. Useful as a quick reference, for instance, during streaming. Boom. Scrollable, easy to see, don't have to look at the save file, all that crap. So, yeah, we're gonna add that one too. I also added a mod that I have not yet, I saw it, but I haven't used it at all. But I think it's the type of mod that would really, really benefit us. It's staged blueprint planning mod. So what it does is it lets you break your blueprints into segments or plans, phases. And the best part that I've read about so far is that if you make a change to step 1, it'll affect step 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Like, it'll propagate through all of the stages. So I'm very curious to take a peek at it, because there's a lot of stuff that you want to build out in a certain sequence. Also, I'm going to spend a little bit of time at the beginning of today's session showing off a very, very early game stupid thing that I made that I should talk more. And we're way past this phase of the game, but I think it's pretty neat. I sort of accidentally built a tileable, both vertically and horizontally, power setup for the early game in Pyanodons. Completely, like, hands-off, don't have to worry about Ash for days. And it's pretty cool, I thought. Yeah, talk more. That was actually one of the first things that I thought about when I saw this stage blueprint mod. Here, while we're waiting for people to reconnect and download the new pack and re-download the save, we'll take a look at this mod. So it's called Staged Blueprint Planning, the ultimate mod for designing staged blueprints. Here's pictures. Anti-Elites is apparently a user of it. Anti-Elites is a name that I recognize. Ba-ba-bum. Separate your builds into stages, edit entities at any stage, and changes will be applied to all later stages. Create a blueprint book of all stages in one click. There's a video detailing the features that we could watch. Somewhere in here I read about stage deconstruction. You can deconstruct something that's only used in the very early game, like if you're doing a very simple box-based production setup or something. And one of the things that I liked, also, I don't know where to find the where it described it, but if you do delete an entity in, say, like stage 3, then rather than just have an error where that entity's not in the blueprint anymore, or it's removed from all future blueprint stages, what it'll do is put a ghost entity with all of the settings retained in case you do want it still. But it will, so like in the 4th, 5th sex, etc., it'll be still there in case you made a mistake or whatever, and like there's like error checking and stuff. It's a very interesting mod. So yeah, we'll play with that a little bit, maybe. Here, I want to find a coal patch. And I guess I'll just go show this thing off that I made while people are reconnecting. These must be... Oh. Right, so the blueprint is called On the Patch Boilers. So it's an early game setup where you put the burner mining drills and the boilers directly on the coal patch. And what happens is the burner mining drill will feed coal directly into the boiler. The boiler, this inserter, will outsert coal into this burner. This burner feeds into this boiler feeds this burner mining drill in a perfect circle. You still have ash, but the ash is, instead of being in the boilers, put into boxes, which if you upgrade them over time to steel chests, allows you to store 48 times 2, 96 stacks of ash, which is 96,000 ash, plus the 1,000 ash that's in the boiler. So you can store 97,000 ash per boiler instead of just 1,000, which means you can kick the can 97 times down the road versus normal. And I didn't actually intend to do this intentionally, like it was an interesting little byproduct, but look, it's perfectly, you just put another one and it just tiles. But wait, you can also go this way. It's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And but wait, look what it also does on accident. Oh, it's so silly. Let's say that you do eventually decide that kicking the can down the road is not a great idea and you want to deal with the ash. If you remove the boxes, all of the ash is put into a straight line. So you can just do this. And export your ash on the belt. Probably should make this one of these near, one of these far. Absolutely beautiful. It almost makes me want to start over, just so that I can, use it in the early phase. Now you gotta admit, that's pretty. That's pretty blueprint. What do you think? I remember vaguely trying to make it so that I could scale it down, but the discovery that it was actually perfectly scalable in both directions as well just blew my mind. I was like, I had no idea that I was building this. Now granted, eventually the coal patch underneath each burner will run out, but you can just shift the whole thing up 2 tiles and then it works again. Also, the coal lasts forever, from what I've seen. Okay, let's let what catch up. So what are your thoughts on that? Happy Sunday. By the way, today's my birthday. So you have to be, I don't know. You must acknowledge. The ash from the miners. Well, okay, so that is the one thing that I started trying to work on that to figure that part out. And I had like a couple ideas. I could easily get the ash out of one of them. Here, let me... Where was that hole pit? So it was easy to get ash out of the bottom one, because you can just do this. No, I forget. I forget how I did it. I didn't keep the blueprint. I mean, if I wanted to make the blueprint a little tiny bit bigger, it'd be a lot easier. Right? Like if you just, if you just made it a little, one tile wider. No, then you have issues with these not being close enough to feed each other. More complicated to get the ash out of these. But the thing is that for the... what's the math on it? I guess we could maybe find a coal patch. Oh, there's so many damn buttons. What are all these buttons for? Jesus. For now, I'm going to turn all the buttons off for the staged blueprint mod, because I don't like having too many buttons. Oh shoot, we have Search Factory reinstalled. What is cleanup tool? Staged blueprint? Okay. Remind me to remove Search Factory mod. Don't use it, please, if you are... That was from my solo game. Right, so we have a UI to show blueprints now. Nice. Rip birdie. And a button to copy to clipboard. Cool. Alright, I'm just going to cheat move some of this ore next to me so that I can throw down a burner mining drill, do a little bit of math. Alright, so this is going to create 0.167 ash per second. Which means it'll last 1.67 hours before the burner mining drills themselves fill up with ash. Versus the boilers, which definitely fill up a lot faster. A boiler will fill up 7 point... burning coal, it'll burn 1.234 ash per second. So, like, a full 10 times as much. So in 13.5 minutes. And that's what that originally, the original goal was to make you not have to deal with that, nearly as often. Thank you. Happy birthday to me as well. You too, chat. Happy birthday. Oh my gosh, it says research finished in 1 hour, 21 minutes. What? We're doing actual research? No way. Alright, where's this new science build that I've been hearing about? This is where science here used to be, but I don't think we're actually doing any science here. It's actually being done in a new thing that Ming made. Les Science? I guess they're called, what, lab? No. I don't know how to find it. I'm also in voice chat if anyone wants to join me on Discord. Feel free. It only makes the pack, does not process the signs. But does it do all of them? Want to lead the charge for making sub-squares and bricks now? I saw your... I saw briefly, I just wanted to get started today, but I see that you've added a new blueprint. Is there a new blueprint book? One would assume. Looks like my link to your book is gone, so there must be a new one, right? Version 2.1. What do we got? Paths and paths alt. Void liquids is greater than 98% full. Packs, middle packs thinger. Okay. I see. Wait, okay, so you took to heart my theoretical suggestion that we might not necessarily need more than one blueprint, like sub-book. Because, was it JB was saying they would get confused between the two of them? The 9 Fluid Overflow doesn't have an alt book, I'm noticing. Right now it'll snap to... Oh, no, it does. I see. You just made this one have a 1/4 size grid, so it'll snap... We'll put it... Oh, okay. Cool. And then what do we got? This, Just look at the same size bricks, but... Have you not added the new thing to the book yet? Here, I guess we'll go to the test world, just place a few blueprints, see what happens. You're not building an uncharted area, fine. Oh, by the way, I figured out what was causing all of the lag a couple days ago. You guys are gonna maybe find it quite stupid. Who would like to hazard a guess as to what the cause was? Oh, and you removed the paths from the blueprint itself and put it in separate blueprints? Okay. That's fine. What is my purpose? The 9 Fluid Overflow thing is probably way too big now if we're going to use half bricks. You should probably cut most of the extra storage. The reason why I added so much extra storage is because I figured when we're making such large bricks, we end up with potentially huge amounts of production, and we don't want to waste that potential production. Was it Windows? No, it was me. It was me. Pressing the G key. So you remember a long time ago how there's a setting that I think I mentioned to people. How do you play this game? I'm not looking for Ghost Cursor. Thank you. In even distribution. there's a button that you can use that will do inventory cleanup and evenly distribute items between inventories. So I had this set to 1,000 tiles. And I was in the habit from my single player playthrough of just sort of pressing the G key every now and then. So my habit was causing, like, in an area of like this big, every time I would press the G key, it was like looking at every entity in my inventory and every entity in every single entity, every building, and then balancing all of their inventories. Yeah, that's why I talk about it. That's why I said it. I saw that. I saw that right away. That was funny to me. The 9 fluid provider. Or, wait, why does the 9 fluid provider... Why does it ask what is my purpose? The provider station doesn't normally get asked what it does, right? I thought it was the requester station that cared. What is my purpose? What is my purpose? Oh, error. There's an error in the provider one. So when you do the fluid requester, it actually says, what is my purpose? It's for the pack stations. Oh, okay. Well, it's different between the two, at least. Maybe not an error, but the 9 fluid provider looks different. Oh, I know why it's different. Right, okay, so because you don't actually specify any fluids, it just asks the one question. Okay. Nice. Well, real quick, I'm gonna update the thing that I made, the fluid overflow thing. All we have to do is just at least cut it in half, since we're doing half the size of the bricks. We've already got 60,000 storage. Why don't we just make it like a little extra? Because I don't want it to take up this much. Like, it takes up almost a fourth of the brick. Alright, that is snapping into the right spot. Yeah, and the 4 fluid one doesn't even need storage tanks, honestly. That one's fine. I doubt we're ever going to use the 4 fluid one anyway. Just worse. Might even consider we should possibly consider getting rid of it, because having it in there just confuses it. Confuses what people should use. So, what's up with that one not having a connection there and there? By default. Do you want to join me in comms? Talk more to describe your revolutionary half-brick brick that basically converts us to a square? Because, like, if this were... It won't be full squares, because it's still going to have the, like, the feel of bricks, because every other... Notice how this still only wants to go basically in 3 directions, and this up here wants to go in 3 directions. So the trains, their throughput should still be pretty good, because it's still mostly T-junctions. Unless your intent was to make it full bricks, like full squares. But I don't think that we need to revamp the full corner intersections. Interesting how many phases we've gone through in updating that blueprint. The goal is to still keep it 3-way. Good. Good. Smart. Cool. Alright, so research finished in infinity time. Awesome. I wish there were more filters over here. Also, put the webcam back on. Hi. Okay, Ming, for real, where is the science setup that you did? Ming in game? We lack raw gas. That's surprising. Oh, there it is. Can you just like just tell me like the general direction of where I'm supposed to look then for this science thing? Because I agree. Okay, so part of the issue with why science is inconsistent right now, these labs do make science pretty consistently, but the setup that Talkmore helped me make and that I had first originally set up to get all the stuff here into the bot mall works great for getting all the stuff into the bot mall. Works way less good at getting stuff out of the bot mall to the train grids. Way less good. One bricks west of the bio-experimentation area. That's really close by. West, north, south, east, west. Over here. This? Yes. Okay, well, let's label this. You already got all the requests set up? Looks good. The zipper eggs are another thing that is all made in the here. Although we appear to be low on basic substrate. But we appear to also have a lot of zippers again. 4-person desync. Uh-oh. That's everyone. Uh-oh. Who did it? It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Alright, if everyone just desynced, it's a perfect opportunity to rehost without the Finder mod. Ba-bum-bum-ba-bum. Did I save right there? Might not have actually saved when I exited. So they're here, the rebels. Senator Palmatine, 89 months. Good Lord. Been doing this longer than I thought. So I also, I'll do a horrible job of explaining it here, but I spent some more time with Factory Planner, and it made a lot more sense to me when I was doing a vanilla playthrough just to like practice with it. And I don't know how to describe it. Let's say I want to make, let's go with like a basic pack, like the first science pack. So if we're going for 1 per second, get everything down to the most basic stuff. And then if you want to like group stuff, let's see. How do I describe this? Let's say we want to make the planter box into a subfloor. So first we open the subfloor, and then within the subfloor, we only have to deal with that. And we just do that stuff first. And then we do a small part subfloor. Within the small part subfloor, we do this, we do this, we do this, and then we do this. We're down to just basics. And then everything up here looks like we're down to basic materials. Then when we go to pin it, what I like about this is the checkbox stuff. So we can open the subfloor for small parts, see that we need one assembly machine for making the actual small parts, one main machine for this, one machine for this, one machine for this, and then one machine for this. And then when we're done with that, or as we're doing it, we mark those off as being done, and then kind of work through it step by step. It's a lot simpler versus trying to understand everything. And where it started to like click for me was when I was doing a vanilla like red circuit or blue circuit build, or like when you're doing integration science packs or whatever they call it, the yellow one or the purple one, correction or something. I don't remember. Because you can like actually see, okay, first I have to do this many machines and this many machines, and oh, now I need 12 machines, and it makes more sense to me in my head now how you're supposed to use Factory Planner. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Alright, I'm gonna make another cup of coffee. Be right back. Alright, so this science thinger that Ming made. Of course, the second I sit down, my phone vibrates. So if we do zipper eggs, let's see if I can actually do a thing. Don't remember that one, what that one's called. Called solidified sarcophagus. And those are good alien samples. Alright, let's say we want to make one of each of these. How many of these would we need? That is a lot of labs, by the way. So this wants... I'm still in per second, right? For that? Yeah, wow. I'd have to scale it back a bit. Because for one egg per second, we need 45 reproductive complex Mark 1s. And this wants 3.33. Let's update these numbers. 3.33. This one, we only need 0.222. This one, 0.444. And good alien samples, 0.222. Alright, so let's work on this first. Make it a subfloor. And start from the top. So, biosamples, which requires native flora harvested from the ground. We also need biocontainers. Ugh, it just gets so deep. It gets so complicated. I don't know where to, like, stop. Certain resources are definitely available, but how deep are you supposed to go? God, compared to vanilla, it's just so overwhelming already. And this is just one of the 4 things I just said we're going to try to do. Jeez, man. 36 factorial is a big number. Well, we're playing Factorio, so factorial is a perfectly reasonable number, right? Checking the... Yeah, I don't want to have to check every individual ingredient, though. So, but here's the idea. Okay, I have maybe a solution. How about what we do is we just build it, assuming that everything is on the train grid, and then we watch and see what shows up and what doesn't. What does toggle do? Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna try using Talkmore's new thing on this part over here. So we're gonna do what is my purpose? Your purpose is to make good alien samples. And then we need the PAX middle thinger. Middle PAX thinger attachment. Which kind of feels like it should just be part of the other thing, but okay. Alright, so if we're doing just this step, we need to import all these things and see what arrives. Your purpose is to make good alien samples. First item that we need is that thing, which I totally don't know the name of. Biosamples. I believe that one is plastic. I wish you could see a hover tooltip there. Glassware. Kind of annoying how some of them are on this page and some are on the other page. Okay, so we've got, I think those are called primers. Or is it this one? I think it's that one actually. Bum, bum. Alright, and then we got 3 fluids. We are making good alien samples. We are requesting Coralex milk. We're requesting... Can't remember what that one is. Is it that one? No. Might be formamide. And the other one was venom. Ah, I was right, formamide, nice. If it was part of the main blueprint on the right side of the brick, it would cause transfer to go through it. Ah, interesting. And they don't do that when there's a pack station there? Where am I going? Right here. The first thing I want to do is grab this, and then grab the paths, and then, like, spam the paths blueprint. Because... Ah! Okay, maybe having the path directly under the track is not a great idea. The train stared me down. I mean, there's a little bit of excitement having it that way, though. Talkmore, if you're listening, you should totally put... right here, you should put like a little indicator. Right there. That's... nope, that's the wrong spot. Like that. So that when you're done, you know that that's where you can place a medium electric pole, yeah. Just a little thing, because like every single time I have to like look for where, because there's a couple spots where it'll actually span, but it'd be convenient if there was just a little indicator for it. I just accidentally pressed the G key. I'm gonna turn my own G key off so that I stop doing that. Disable inventory cleanup. Also, right, I was showing you guys what I had done, and then I left it at 1,000 tiles. Let's put it at like 30. Maybe then I can leave it on without causing huge lag. And then this one can connect here or here. Refined concrete. Another one like that might be nice. Wouldn't it be convenient if you could just edit blueprints in the blueprint? Like if I wanted to just, on the brick input thing, like pull up this thing and like paste it in within the blueprint? It'd be pretty nice. Oh, you've increased the train limit to 4 as well. Curious. We've already got formamide. No Horlex milk on the way, or the venom. Hmm. $22.2 incubators. Sounds like we're on a massive thing just making incubators. Or just making biosamples. Like an entire brick. Hmm. Wish there was a more convenient place to do it. Okay, biosamples are made with... biocontainers. At a ratio of 1 of these to 10 of those. Titanium plate and lead plate and glass. We need to request, in order to make biosamples in bulk, we need native flora. We need titanium plate, steel, lead plate, glass, and the Kerrigan is only showing up because we need to use fuel. I think it'd be easier in this case to actually change these machines to automated factories and just use 2 of them. No need for fuel import. I'm pretty sure we have the mod that does that plays horn sound effects for trains that Ming had mentioned. I forget what it's called. At least I thought I'd downloaded it. I think it's called Honk. Guess I didn't download it, or I had it and I deleted it. Or it just got forgotten between test loading it and posting the next day. That happens quite often, actually. Playing keep away with my robots, they can't get to me. Little nerds. Not very good. Seems the recalc didn't get re-enabled? No, it should be in there. You just gotta, yeah. Turn it on down here. I'm not gonna, I don't use it for anything. I find that generally what I do is I just, if there's a blueprint, or if there's like a ghost entity that I need to know the math on, I just take it into the test world and I do it there. Which kind of defeats the purpose of the mod. My experience. There's a lot of landfill we can recover. I love the vacuum cleaner mod. Shotgun, blueprint shotgun. Just so satisfying. Sucking up trees. I love it. Uh-oh, stuck on the tracks. Don't kill me, robots. Or trains. Whoa! I was worried about. Crap, thought I had enough. Darn. Alright, I'll run over there one more time. $10,756 robots. Kind of a lot. I'm gonna make this entire thing a biosample brick. Alright, so within a brick, a full brick, we need to do one automated factory twice, and then bum, Well, actually, if I just change this back to 1 per second, each one will be the 1 to 10 ratio. Okay, so we will do a output for titanium plate. Oops, that's the wrong one. Titanium plate and glass. And then lead and steel. Okay, and we're only taking in 1 per second, but we actually have inserter hand size bonus, finally, in this save. So that means that mechanical inserters can get away with this. So, why don't we run one of the resources along this side, with it underground. Do that. Have you. That should work. Perhaps. Okay, so we need to... wrong spot. Grab this. Okay. Okay, that is snappable, pastable, but has an error still. Hmm. Come on. Losing my mind here. This isn't even like the actual blueprint that I want to make. I'm just trying to make it easy to do it in the actual thing later. Yeah, maybe the problem is I'm just not supposed to even have that thing. That's what's messing it up. Yeah, sure. Works. Okay, so over here, we've got all 5 ingredients. Eight tall. Not gonna come. Well, each row wants its own thing of plants. Interesting. I noticed that earlier. Suppose I don't actually need the extra space there, do I? Alright, that looks okay-ish. Be nice if the electric pole's connected, but... Okay, and all together, 8 machines are gonna use just barely... damn, they use more titanium than the other stuff. Versus... Well, but it's... Let's do 2 belts with the titanium one. You were titanium and glass. And then you are lead. And steel. We need Laura. Yeah, sorry, Martin Luther, I got there. It took me a while, though. I was feeling kind of dumb. It's confusing having blueprints where you have, like, part of the belt, but it's the wrong half of the underground. I find that odd. Okay, and then we need one more of this. Oh, that didn't work at all. This is supposed to be lead and steel. Bum, bum, bum. Where do I request landfill? Okay, we needed one more of the one that has titanium on it, because there's a more titanium need. First 4 machines get the first feed of titanium, the second 4 machines can have this one. This is just going to be half a brick, and I'll do another resource on this side, I guess. Hopefully. Let's try this with output, and of course, I've made a boo-boo. I'm not used to knowing how much space I need to subdivide. The little plus is less useful this way, isn't it? I suppose what we could do is shuffle over the whole bottom 4 machines. Hopefully that's enough space. Ah! Boo! Okay, steel and lead. Stays on the inside. Making a mess of my blueprint. But it fits. So, am I supposed to include the middle pack stinger then, after building a brick block more, or like, when do you decide to actually include it? Yeah, for sure. The blueprint, the train grid needs more. The train brick blueprint needs to have guides for the half bricks. It's very confusing, like it's gonna waste a lot of time if we have to make adjustments like I did to make this fit. Are you saying that we pee a lot? A lot of urea? A lot of urine? I'm liking the being kind of space limited compared to previous bricks. Like, I'm trying to fit in a reasonable amount of stuff here, and it's still a lot. It's like 8 bio containers per second, but it actually has to fit. If you put if you make 2 squares, it's good idea to put the pack in the middle. If you don't put stations in the middle, then you don't put it there. Okay. You want to see where you can build? Put down stations before you start placing buildings. You know I can't read or think ahead. Yeah, that makes sense. Still, for the last, what, 100 hours of gameplay that we've been using trains, we've had the little cross in the center with the hazard of concrete, and we had the corner pieces that let you know everything in there was safe, so you could do the exact opposite of what you're saying now, which was to build the design first, and then place the stations. Because you usually want to place the stations last, because you don't know generally up front, like, if you're gonna, what resources you'll need. Sometimes you end up having to import something extra that you didn't expect. At least that's my experience. But I hear you. Your arguments just don't be bad. I'll try. I'll do my best. Just stop being bad. Well, I definitely need to double check that I didn't mess up some of this stuff after I changed it. Weird how those didn't get auto-trashed. Ooh, that'll cause a problem. Hate not having the resources to finish a build. If there are too many different entities to carry around at once, you simply can't... You simply just can't keep everything on hand constantly. Except a good supply of iron's useful. Iron is so useful that I think I am going to increase... Like, I want to have more iron, always. Any nearby native flora? Native flora right here. That is not tapped. I'm gonna have to go ahead and yoink that. Damn. Water is in the way. Be aware. This ability to move resources is really cheaty, but very, very jank as a mod. The implementation could be a lot better. It could show like a silhouette of the resource that you're trying to move so you know where to put the mouse, instead of just telling you error. Like, error is not a particularly useful complaint. Fuck's sake. Maybe I should have just started with this. Like, I hate when that happens. So annoying. You just have to guess. And even there, it looks like I got it right, but I didn't. Or it's just that it's not perfectly even. Whatever. It's good enough. Suspicious shaped ore patch spotted. Yeah. I've given up on the try not to cheat at moving ores around. Like, let's face it, the resource acquirement phase of this mod is it's not the difficult part, like, at all. It's the logistics of the everything else. Okay, that gives 45 native flora per second. It helps a lot with the delivery of flora. Bum, bum, bum. break the trains to move the signal by one tile, right? Probably not. As Talkmore frantically looks at it and says, yes, yes it can! Probably. What's stopping me from making flora collectors? Copper. Oh, weird. You know what I'm kind of tempted to do is actually set up a caravan. We haven't used caravans for a while now, but there's a feature of caravans that we never really used that might be awesome. And that feature is that you can tell a caravan to follow and to like go to a specific player instead of a specific location. I could set up a caravan to just go between me and a warehouse in the bot mall. Back and forth, just always going back and forth, picking up everything out of my trash and dropping off everything in whatever I want. And just make it, like, bring me backup resources. Backup belt, backup whatever, you know? Could be good. Excuse me? Square's best shape? I think hexagons, everyone knows, are the bestigons. Would you not say that's true? I would say that's true. Look at him dancing. Okay, across the board we are lacking the flora. I see flora at the end of every belt. Do I see little doodad guys at the end of every belt? Yes. 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 Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All of them are working. Cool. Next, I think we do increase the limit of this station's storage. Because I chose the wrong entity, first off. These are all supposed to be bio... this one. Stacks to 100, so let's store, like, 30,000. Maybe make it 40,000. 40,000 would be half of the entire warehouse. Also, I messed this up somehow. Nice. I suppose I could have merged some of these belts, reduce resources used. Okay, well that's bio testing thingers done. Back to this. Bum bum. That one is done. The good alien samples, I was setting up around here. Also, I should label this. What do they call them? Cow sample. I've already forgotten where I was looking. Was it here? Yes, good alien samples. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Big sneeze. This mod is complex and immense, is putting it lightly. We are 31.7% through, and it's been 206 hours with anywhere from 5 to 20 people. Like right now, we're at, what, 6 people? But we've had many more on previous weekends and sessions. It's just a very complicated mod. The train claims to be on its way to me, but I don't see it. Oh, there he is. He will take me to the spot. Yeah, we've lost a lot of players, I think, due to the immense processing requirement. Just to be able to play, stay connected. Which is quite sad. What can you do? Okay, so bio Yeah, they're already here. Nice. They beat me here. First shipment already here. Okay, plastic bars. We're requesting plastic bar. The station's hooked up, but we have no plastic bar. Does that mean we don't actually make enough plastic either? Damn. Well, I suppose I could use this extra half block to make plastic. You're making a block for plastic right now? Okay, great. Oh, good job, Hulk. Okay, what about microfiber? That's also not showing up. Sorry, not microfiber. Wait. Ah, I put melamine instead of microfiber. Whoops. They have basically the same icon. We need microfiber. Alright, we'll come back to that one then. DNA polymerase. Is 4 gene labs. Complicated. Let's attempt to just import the goods, same thing as before, and see if anything shows up for DNA polymerase. Won't actually let me open the subfloor, nice. However, this is only 3 point... No, it's 2.22 machines. I don't think it needs a whole train block. The biotesting thing definitely did, but... Alright, assuming that we are... making good alien samples. We're gonna take care of the biosamples and then click toggle. No. Open a subfloor for it. Say that everything's taken care of. Check it. Like, is it still requesting the crap needed for it? The lead? Yeah, I need it to just stop asking for the stuff. Like, this is dealt with. Maybe what I'm supposed to do is do that over here. Just say it's done. But it still then claims that I need it. That's not what I want. I guess I just... Confusing. I'll just not include it in the list then. I know it's done, so. But the gene lab, or the DNA polymerase, we need to do these. So, rock cocoons. Those I think are done. Your purpose is to make DNA polymerase. You are going to request rock cocoons, glassware, don't know what that is. Damn it. That. Retrovirus. Lab instruments. Which, for some reason, again, I don't know why, it's got them sorted on two different, completely different tabs. Whether it's like a biochemical thing or a other way thing. And that was Arcade Honey. What is your purpose? You're helping out with DNA polymerase, and you're requesting Arcade Honey. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. This is not where I'm supposed to be. We should have gone with these half-sized bricks, also known as square, a long time ago. Like 100 hours ago. Much more sane production levels. Okay, so hopefully all these things show up. If not, then I'll have to make another brick. Since I am using both, I guess I'll put the middle pack stinger attachment now. You can also do the output station, which is going to make DNA polymerase. Just jump out of a moving train, no big deal. Unfortunately, I think I stopped requesting the larger containers because they're dumb and bad. They should feel bad. Hawkmore, do you think, are you here? Do you think you could update the... not to, you know, completely change everything on you again, but what if in the... For bricks that require far fewer inputs, sometimes, like, I generally want to use the 9 fluid input constantly, the 9 fluid requester, because I just like the layout of it better, and I like how they have smaller tanks. But in this case, if I'm doing a 9 fluid requester for a half brick build, and I'm only using 1 of the 9 requests, it feels really wasteful, so now I want to use a 4 fluid requester. But could we, like, update it to do this? Or something? So that we can just carry around one type of tank instead of both? Homogeny? Crap, I need resources. Outputs will want the bigger tanks, to be honest. Well, that's the ironic thing. You think that these are the bigger tanks? I want to introduce you to the thing that I wasted way too much time on, which may have already been deleted in the test world, but fortunately there's a game blueprint for it called Fluid Storage Comparison that I wasted time on, and if you think that the large storage tank with 90k storage is bigger than the tiny storage tank, you would be 100% wrong. This is 7,500 units of storage per tile versus the 90,000 tank, which is only 1836, which means that it's about almost 4 times better to use the smaller tanks in terms of storage per tile. So to match the 90k, you just need 3 of the tiny ones. And it has a footprint of barely anything compared to all that. You could have that many, and it's still smaller footprint, and now it has 3 times the storage. Well, I'm not saying to use 1 or to use 2, I'm saying just use fewer. Like if you need to use 3 to match the current size, then do that, but there's no reason for us to carry around 2 different sets of 2 different types of storage tank in our inventories. At least no logical good reason that I can come up with. Not when that one tank is clearly the best tank.
It's over 9,000!
Aversome! 59 is a prime specimen of a number. Nice! Alright, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna see if this actually is a good thing or not. I'm gonna make a caravan outpost. here. Here. Gonna empty into the trash your shit here box. Now, I might need someone else to help me do this, because I don't think you can specify the player... specify your own player. I'm not receiving any caravans. And yet there are 77 in storage. Why are the bots not helping me? Do your job, bots. There's 5,000 of you doing nothing. Haven't had to type this in a long time. Give it the collect food interrupt, which probably doesn't work anymore. I'll have to create a new one for that. Where'd my guy go? Where'd he go? Did I pick him up? Oh, he probably just ran off to do the thing. He probably ran off to where the thing used to be. Shit. Where is he? Maybe I can find him in the caravans list? There are still 5 caravans. Oh, there he is. Poor guy. Okay. Alright, edit this. You're gonna go here now. Alright, did you restock? Good, okay, so that part works. And then your other job is going to be to go to this thing and empty your inventory. And then your other job is going to be to go to... me. It's just me. Go to me. And this is where I actually think I need someone else to do it. I don't know why you can't do it. I don't know if this is actually desired function. If I'm not even sure if this will work, but can someone help me? Anyone? I've tested this before, and if I target someone else, then it'll let me select that player as an entity. But if you try to click on your own character, it won't let you. And I've lost him again. Here he is. So... Ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum. Talk more? Anyone? Okay, so can you see this caravan? See how I have him set? It's set to player talk more. Collect all auto trash. Can you do the same for me? You just have to target my character, and I don't know why it lets me target you, but not me. I think this will work. Okay, done? Cool. Alright, now I'm gonna dump a bunch of crap in there. I'm gonna go stand over here. And he should come to me. Getting stuck on pipes because he's not the smartest. In the shed. But look, he's hunting me down. And he's gonna grab all my stuff. And then he's gonna go and he's gonna dump it back into the thing that feeds in the mall trash. So every one of us could have our own little dudes, set of dudes following us around doing that. And then caravans still have use. Like, he just came, he came all the way to me to pick up, what? Nothing? Hello.
Hi.
Hey, it's you. How's you? Happy Sunday. What do you think about me trying to bring caravans back? Bad idea?
I don't know. Seems fine, especially when you're off doing something.
Gotta find one more.
Did you see the guides I added in that one thing?
No, not yet, but I'll
Is that what
check.
you want? Here, I'll ping it again. Take a look there.
Okay, one sec. Just... making 3 of these because 1 didn't seem like enough. But I need to test to see what they do if there's actually nothing in auto trash. And they just come to me in return for no reason. Nice. Okay, that works. Sorry, okay, so I'll trigger ping now. You haven't joined me in voice in a while, so you added guides to the smaller one. Nice. You think maybe we should put the plus in the center too?
You want 3 pluses?
Kinda, yeah. I'm not sure if
Alright.
that's dead center. Let's see.
It is not, but I can make it so.
I like it. And what did you think about the idea to put the power pole indicators?
Oh, right. That's also a good idea. I just need to figure out where they are.
I already... Ah, shoot, I forget where I did it though.
Yeah, I did too.
It's actually pretty quick to do. It's just, instead of doing it multiple times, we'll just do it one time. Well, that's really cool. Really cool feature of caravans that they can actually... I mean, if you were playing in single player, though, I don't think you'd be able to do this, which is weird.
Indeed.
I like how it dynamically updates, like, where they're going based on... Like, your character doesn't have a coordinate. He's wherever, and it still works, though. What did you think about changing over the 4-fluid provider to use the same tanks as the small...
Yep, that also makes sense. Working on doing that too.
You want me to help you with it, or do you want to do trains yourself? Yeah.
Whichever. I got most of it in, but
I know trains are kind of your thing.
yep.
How's it going with the
Do like
Pynamon,
trains.
the Pyanodons Discord? Are they praising your train thing still? I haven't looked in a few days.
Some people.
Is this whole train thing your test area, or is that from when I was experimenting with it?
That was when you were experimenting. I have
Okay.
my blueprints in my personal world.
Okay, I'm gonna delete all this. I think we still have chunk removal tool turned on, so I'm gonna see if I'm allowed to chunk remove inside the test world.
Makes sense.
And indeed I am. Nice.
Oh god.
Sorry, that was just me removing all of the unused chunks inside their test area.
Computer did not like that.
I don't know why this chunk doesn't want to delete though. There's nothing in there.
Maybe it thinks there is something.
Oh, it's probably because I'm looking at it. Derp.
Also that.
What do you think about the toggle mod list UI? Kind of pretty, I think. Yeah, useful. Creates an automatic mod list that can be copied to clipboard that we can create a command with for the Nightbot.
There's a command. It just needs to
Be updated?
be updated.
Yeah, but that's what this will make it easy to do.
Here.
Control C, Control V, done. Because I have added and
update
changed the
commands.
mods quite a bit.
That is true.
Right, so I was working on a thing and I had to come back here because I didn't have any resources. Now, I'm thinking it's also possible to maybe make them, the caravans, a little bit smarter and have them not just take away your trash, but also bring you stuff from like a buffer chest. So like I could say load items until caravan has. I don't know, let's say iron. But that would require the target source location to have iron. I'll worry about that later. Well, unfortunately no research is happening.
Think we can blame Ming for that?
Yeah, because he got me trying to focus on doing it in a brick. Instead of just doing it, you know, the way it was working.
Well, it should be done in a brick and not in the mall.
Bah!
The mall is not where production goes of anything other than, you know,
Stuff
buildings.
is produced there. Why can't other stuff be produced there? I've used all of our titanium, apparently. Making biosamples. Maybe 40k is a bit high for a limit. We did manage to make 10,000 of them, though. I like how your new blueprints prompt you for what's my purpose, and then we don't have to rename the request station or provider stations anymore. That was a fairly tedious extra step. You had to edit like 3 different things. The requester station, the provider station, the pack station, the fluid provider station, the fluid requester station. There's just so many. And now we don't. That's great.
Indeed.
How come you decided to bump the train limit to 4?
Because there are 4 spots.
Oh.
I would set it a bit lower just to make sure nothing broke, but no, I'm pretty confident nothing is broke, so.
Why am I not carrying signals? Excuse me? We have a signal production shortage? Are people building a lot of bricks right now?
Probably.
Yeah, so I do think that I made a very big error in judgment with the, just placing the concrete, the refined concrete walking path 2 tiles to the left of the main thing, because that is directly underneath a rail section. So you're very likely to get run over. But running through the center doesn't work either, because there's always these high construction zone extenders, so... like... where can the vertical paths go? Where you're not going to run into a building every brick.
That is part of the reason I did not put the paths in the base blueprint, because I personally do not like them.
You don't like to physically be somewhere while you're thinking? It helps me to be there. Walk around and see the sights. Oh look, one of my little derps is chasing. They're chasing me. Oh, that's so cute. I have no trash for you, but good job, little guy. Alright, let's see how many of these resources show up. We've got the glassware, we've got the rock cocoons, we've got the laboratory instruments. Retrovirus is the one that appears to not be showing up, though.
Broken. Oh, it's because this domo.
The glassware and the rock cocoons are already here, and the laboratory instruments. If I just add steel and petri dishes... and they actually show up. It'd be nice if it would just automatically default to 60 items whenever you enter an input, like, you know? The step is right-click on the parameter, click, find the icon, then type the number of items. Like, why? Why can't it just know that we always want 1.5 trains as the default? Alright, so we're gonna we need liquid nitrogen as well. I want the world. Talk more. I want everything.
I have noticed this.
Okay, so... I'm just making the incubator, the retrovirus, because we... Actually makes 0.6 items a second altogether. Is liquid nitrogen coming? Looks like no. We have no liquid nitrogen in the train grid. Okay, liquid nitrogen is made by taking nitrogen, water, and gasoline, and it makes a little bit of steam inside a compressor. Okay, I could probably request the gasoline and regular nitrogen here then. Seems silly to bring 60,000 gasoline in just because I need 5 per craft. Did I say 100,000? I meant 50,000. You know what I meant.
It's numbers and stuff and things.
Indeed. Do not ship 150 degree steam out, correct?
Correct,
Oh, yeah.
yes. Just vent it if you make 150 degree steam, if you can't use it locally.
Yeah, it's just bad.
Yeah, unfortunately, there isn't a way to set requests by temperature.
Not with that attitude, there isn't. Gasoline's taking a while to show up. Or is not at all. Interesting. 5 stations providing 135,000, and I'm guessing none of them are large enough to send a single train. If I just request a much smaller amount, like 20,000, can I tweak this station to request smaller amounts? Because I really don't need much of any of this stuff.
Generally, it's best to have full trains going, because also then I would need to set up a way to try to turn off the pumps mid-fill, which is hard.
So you're saying it'll break if I if I play with it?
Most likely, yeah.
Dang. Okay, well, I'm making some liquid nitrogen, which we're then going to use to make stuff. Got 4 materials. I do not have petri dishes arriving. Damn. Ugh. Bum, bum, bum. Anyone want to take care of the petri dishes thing? I don't want to do that here too. I'm already adding retrovirus production and liquid nitrogen production and who knows what else yet. Arcad honey has arrived. Hmm. Let's do glassware. And instruments, I think it's called. And then do steel and rock cocoons. One thing that would help, I think, also, if it doesn't auto-connect to a station. What do you think about adding this little pattern here? These 5 medium poles in this orientation, because this allows you to automatically connect a loader to all 27 positions. And if you connect here, there's space for the loader to be plus an underground, right? So that's why it's 3 tiles away, or 2 tiles away, in the middle one. It's the orientation that I end up using pretty much at every station.
One sec. I'm trying to do the other poles. Do you have that sample station where the poles go by chance, or?
I don't, but I'll find it real quick for you. It's easy. One sec.
Thank you.
So you want one for all 5?
You mean 4?
Well, there's the input power pole, output power pole, input for fluid, output for fluid. I guess it is 4, yeah. Well, and then also there's the 5th at the midpoint, if you have the midpoint pack station. Like, might need to vary it there, possibly. Do you want to use hazard concrete, refined hazard concrete? Which one? What are we using
Probably
for the...
makes sense.
What are we using for the little plus?
I think that is refined hazard. Let me check.
Yeah, that is...
Yeah, refined hazard concrete.
Okay. Alright, so for input... You in the test world, or... Here, I'm gonna put them here. That's input 1. There's the 4 fluid input. Which I think is the same for the 9 fluid input. Output for the fluids. Dang it. Output for the brick. That, oh, I'm, what's going on? Did it not actually include the indicators? Oops. I had refined concrete down. Oh, that's right. It doesn't ask you if you want to include the floor unless you do a...
Yeah, the default copy paste doesn't.
Okay, well, I put them in there now.
Yeah. I'll get it from the world where you're looking, but that is still very helpful. Thank you.
And that was all though, right? Just the 5 or the 4?
Yep.
Okay. Did you see what I said about the 5 poles around the provider station for brick inputs?
Yes.
It doesn't need to be, but it sure would be convenient if they were just always ready to accept. Because it is still possible. It does happen occasionally. I've made the mistake where I'll put down the loaders in the test world and then forget to even include power. And then they just don't work and you don't realize why it's broken.
Yeah. Just ping where that is real quick, and I will.
Oh, sorry, this one's in the wrong spot. There we go. So there's one like right at the very corner of each top and bottom, and then one at the midpoint, 2 tiles away, to make space for loader, underground, underground. And they cross-connect, and they won't connect to the actual power lines of the train grid ahead of time.
Makes sense. I will get those added in as well. I need to head out for a while though, so
What?
probably won't.
No way. Alright, see ya.
Yep, have a good one. Bye everyone.
Anyone else here know that reference? The what no way guy? I like him, he's funny. What? No way. It's an interesting little disco they're doing on their indicator. Okay, let's get the honey up. Okay, what is stopping me? Okay, so we still need retrovirus. And this many is how many machines? That is 9 machines, which is a weird number of machines. Let's add 1 more machines. Alright, 10 machines. And we're gonna need looks like just 2 incubators per. You know what, let's actually go down to 8. And then fit this thing. More central. Absolutely love the automatic fluid connectors mod for corners. So useful. Alright, so if the ratio is 8 to 1... Damn. It supports exactly 6. Hmm. You know what? That's fine with me, I guess. We'll just do 1 at the front, like I did the other setup. That seemed to work out just fine. There's something going on this side that I can't see. Oh, that looks fine. Hey, we're still lacking gasoline, but I'm assured by Talkmore that it'll eventually arrive. In theory. So when it does, we will bring the liquefied nitrogen up. And hook in here. Ba-bum. Holy shit. The fuck? Uh-oh. I think we accidentally cheated. I was messing around in a test world, and I had the quick start thing enabled. And I don't think it applies. Okay, so someone who joined today... Squidgy? Yeah. You didn't do anything wrong, but you've got a Power Armor Mark II and 100 Pinobot 4s that you're not supposed to have. You don't mind putting that into a box and shooting it, and then I'll remind myself to delete that before the next session. Yeah, also any that are in the actual, you know... I saw that guy zipping by, like, really quick, and I'm like, what the? Found some in a chest? Yeah. So basically, whenever a new player connects for the first time, because they're brand new to the server, it activates that mod. Which, again, I was only cheating to experiment a little. And I wanted to have equipment in the early game to test faster. You see that you have 50? Yeah, I'm surprised you have 50 though, Hole, because you've been in the game before. Do you have the... Check your armor. Check to see if you have heavy armor. Yeah, again, not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, okay. I think that's actually a big enough deal. I want to rehost real quick. I don't want to flood. I don't want there to be hundreds of the damn things. It's called Pyanodons. Quick start. Whoopsie. Yeah, the problem Scientific Archer I'm running into is that most of this genetic stuff was definitely bootstrapped. It was bootstrapped in the bus, and then I bootstrapped it in the mall, and now I'm actually doing the genetic stuff in small bricks, so... You were happy for the bigger inventory? Yeah. Sure you were. I think I must have had auto trash on to begin with. We're gonna have to just do the right thing, though, and gather them all in a box and kill them. In fact, before I rehost, I'm just gonna do that. For the map itself. I'm gonna turn Finder on. What's it called? Factory search. Yeah, I'll trust you guys to shoot it, but I need to real quick check to make sure that they didn't just accidentally. Most likely what happened, I guess it gave me bots too, but because I had on auto trash non-requested, it probably just dumped them into logistics. I'm gonna, on the honor system, have everyone that reconnects throw the Pymods, 4s, and the power armor into a box and kill it. But I'll take care of what's in logistics right now real quick. Ba-ba-bum. I bet we're going to find that there's a lot more in the map than we expected. $292, and that's without you guys connected. Don't know how they got into there. Interesting. Alright, easiest way to do this is going to be to go request at the mall. Damn. Won't let me set a wait, yep, no, never mind, it does. We'll request them all that way. Look at them. Look at the little fuckers showing up super fast. Yeah, they're pretty quick. $500 of them are there. Whoopsie. I didn't expect it to actually spawn. First off, I forgot that I had the mod enabled, but I did not expect it to keep them, to re-add it to people after they had already been in the game before. Oh, sorry, there aren't 500 of them there right now. There's just 44. Actually, maybe console commands is the easiest way to do this. We've used console commands before, so it's not like achievements matter. Damn. This might be a problem we deal with for a while today. That sucks. Not bad. I can't remember which players were connected though. Yoink. Ba-bum. Yoink. Yoink, yoink. Look at this, I'm gonna have to actually make a gun. That's not a blueprint shotgun. Oh shit, you need gunpowder? What if I just request bullets? I'm sure we have some bullets, right? Put all your contraband in the box! Too many players, I can't actually scroll the list either. Fortunately, we have this. So anyone that hasn't connected in a while, don't have to worry about. I bet Talkmore got one. Without intending to. No? He already threw his away or something. Or maybe he had auto trash non-requested by default. It's not a problem, you shouldn't feel bad. It's, again, it was just a mistake on my end. Bum. Boink. Oh. There they are. JWee probably. Who else is connected today? Yoink, yoink. Yoink. That may have made you poop out stuff. Whoops. Anybody else? J. There's another J name that joins a lot. Jaleo. I think I saw him today. Nope, not yet. Anyone else that comes up, we'll just do... So there's that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sounds about right. Alright, find her. Find them again. It claims there's 207 items. Am I blind? Where is it? There they are. Not sure why those are... Oh, right. They're not actually in the logistics network, so they're not being flown here. Got it. Need to do this too. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. And then we've also got... Interesting how it's still claiming that they're in a bunch of roboports. I think I got almost all of them. Assuming that they get delivered here pretty quick. Nice, nice. The slow logistics bots are bringing the fancy construction bots over here to get executed. Perfect. Bum. Well, I show that none exist at the moment. Warhammer 40k type stuff marrying the heretical abominable intelligence. Yeah, 1,000 hours. I imagine it's longer than that. I was watching someone's video, I forget who it was, but they were talking about how hard it was going to be for them to upgrade their construction bots from Mark 1 to Mark 2. Just from 1 to 2. And those were Mark 4s, so... Alright, there may be some that still exist, but if there are... Like if I missed you as a player that joined today and you have a Power Armor Mark 2, without being too much of a jerk about it, this is your polite request to politely kill the contraband. If you don't, and I notice it later, I will delete it from your inventory without warning, and possibly be upset. Because, yeah, we didn't play for 207 hours, 48 minutes, and 22 seconds just to cheat. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Bum. I'm gonna leave this requester chest here. Okay, I'm gonna go and make him another cup of coffee. Wait, no, I never got my cup of coffee. Crap. Oh, hey, Percival. Welcome back. Oh. Well, that would have been an interesting birthday present, but again, I don't want to cheat. I'm fine with cheating when it's like test world stuff or experimenting with a brand new save to like, you know, come up with a weird coal mining plus boiler setup for fun. But you're used to having actual technology and yeah. We should research inventory. Well, make sure you're wearing heavy armor at the least, because heavy armor, I think, gives like 20 extra slots. No, it gives 40 bonus slots. If you're not wearing armor, you definitely should. You died? Why did it kill you? Did it kill you because you had too much inventory? I'm sorry, that's funny though. Sorry, man. Oh, that's hilarious, actually. Alright, back to working on retrovirus. No, not retrovirus. DNA polymerase. You know, technically, we don't need to type out DNA polymerase here, because technically the symbol itself, if I search for the name DNA polymerase, to demonstrate, like if I were to edit this and remove the text altogether and just leave the symbol, and then search for DNA, it should still show up. Right like that. Which would reduce some of the map clutter a little bit. But it depends on how you're searching for stuff. If you're searching for it based on, like visually looking for the word, or if you're searching for it using the find function. Did Talkmore rejoin? Talkmore had to go. Anyone else know how to fix it? The issue is that the pump... Thank you if that was you, Domo. I have not had to deal with it as a problem before, so... Alright, we are making some compressed liquid nitrogen, which I will also export. Just in case someone else needs it. Not that hard to make, but we don't need to be requesting 50,000 gasoline everywhere. That means we've got that. Need to hook up this and this. And you also want stuff. You want everything that they want. And you also want petri dishes. It's actually not that big of a deal. I it gives you everything, and then we need petri dishes delivered, which I'm hoping someone volunteered to make petri dishes, right? What a mess on the ground. That's what the vacuum cleaner's for. It's fun, trust me. You cheated? You gotta restart and play with spoilage as a punishment? Yeah, isn't there modular armor? Doesn't it go light armor, heavy armor, modular armor, power armor 1, power armor 2? I assume it's the same as vanilla. And there's a name I haven't seen before. Well, if I wanted to make petri dishes, no petri dishes in the train grid. Damn. I didn't get a glowing response, so I think I'm gonna have to do these myself. Damn. So, let's dive in here. First, we're gonna have to make 5. It's 1 to 1 on this, but then we need to make our own petri dishes. Molten glass, I think, is. I hate how you can't Q click here. We better have molten glass in the train grid, at least. Like in a sufficient supply to be delivered? Ugh. 2 stations? That seems quite low. But... yeah, no, that's not enough. Okay, but actual glass is made here in abundance, so can't we just add a row here that makes petri dishes? Yeah, for sure. Give me this whole thing. In the molten glass. And get our hot air. Altogether, this makes very few, so one belt's plenty. $30,000 glass. Means there's a lot, but okay, and we'll also do petri dishes. Summon me a train. So that'll simplify things a lot if I have petri dishes already made. Where's my train? Trains take too long to get here. We need Mark II trains. Look at that. I love how the bots are filling it in order that I pasted it. Cool. Working their way through the backlog. I feel like this train doesn't actually want to show up. Are there any good turds that we can pick? I think there are. I forget. If you look at unselected turds, we've got the Tufa upgrade. Oh, seaweed upgrade is one I think we should definitely talk about. Because I'm about to do something that needs seaweed. The incubator upgrade is also something worth talking about, probably. Because that makes biosamples. And we're currently doing biosamples in a thing. 50% increased biosample production. Ooh, Zognobacteria, though. Slows the crafting time from 5 seconds to 8 seconds, and you get the same output, but then you don't have to spend lamps. That's really bad. Manure bacteria. Get 50% more poop stuff. But you have to give it petri dishes? Where is my train? Like, for real. It is lying. Train is not en route. The Zipier upgrade was another one that I don't know why we're holding off on picking so many of these. If you guys are all waiting for me to talk about it, then we need to schedule more conversations about it, I think. Alright, this train summoning is not working anymore for some reason. Confused. It's because there's a missing combinator. You can't plug the station in until every combinator and every single piece of rail is built. Like, you can't power the station. That combinator's not built. Yeah, sometimes it's helpful to turn off alt mode so you can see ghost entities easier. Technically, you can let it have power before the constant combinators are done, because those are just a visual indicator. But, it needs every combinator. If I could get a train to come to me, I would come help, but I appear to be unable to do that from now on. No idea why that would have gotten broken. Is that my train that keeps on, like, failing to leave? Finally, a train! Don't hit me. Alright, I'm trying to get to... Crap, my ghost entity got built. I'm trying to get down here. Oh, we're making petri dishes, nice. And I forgot power. This is a perfect example of why I would like to include power poles as part of the depots automatically. When you try to do remote construction like this, it is really easy to forget to check for power. I'm actually on my way down there too. Alright, empty petri dishes are now being made at a rate that is hopefully sufficient to... Yeah, that's not bad. Gasoline appears to be low. Yeah, I think we need to increase gasoline production. That or use different fluids for fuel. Okay, I am all the way back up to biosamples area. No, I'm back into factory planner. So I need 1-to-1. Bringing in agar. We have a station with 79,000. Which is a lot. Cool. I can just import. But I'm going to do that in this soon-to-be finished brick, hopefully. Or half brick, rather. That's all the landfill I have? Damn. That goes by quick. Alright, well, we can still plan. Nice. So, look at all the trains that I summoned. They were all deadlocked trying to get out because of a weird issue. This one can stay here. He's fine. Probably. Alright, we need to do this. Brick input here. We are making petri dishes. We are requesting empty petri dishes. And agar. Guess I'm gonna be here for a while. That train can go home. Done. Okay, well, this half-grid thing is good to get plugged in. And we're doing just 1-to-1, so let's do a build. Using the automated factory. Because importing fuel does feel annoying these days, to me. Dang it. I'm a dummy, I should just do this way faster. Okay, so we are just assembling. Because we already have the agar, so it's actually not even 1-to-1, it's just make. Just make it. And if it's 1-to-1, we can actually use a single belt. We are requesting... Wait, what am I talking about? It takes 2 inputs, doesn't it? Yeah, it takes 2 inputs. I'm a dummy. Doing empty petri dish and agar. Bum, bum, bum. That's actually probably too big for a brick already, which I think is really good. No, not quite. Nice. Okay, so no fluids needed here. Let's use the whole space. This is how many machines? 12? Altogether, 84. 84 times 0.2 is not even 1 belt. I think I'd actually prefer, though, to cut the last 2 machines. And I think I've done this wrong already, haven't I? Yeah, I have. It goes here. This is going to do, hopefully, enough. Exactly 100 machines. Making 20 total stuff per second. Okay. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups. Okay. That's fine. Power runs through every other, which is fine. Get this one plugged in. This is petri dishes. And it's a half brick. We should probably dedicate more full storage. I ran a lot of extra pulls through each row, but whatever. If I don't do that, it doesn't reach both sides now. Could have done a better job though. It's too late to fix it. It's impossible. The empty petri dish stuff from the glass area is not actually working yet, still? Completely out of gasoline, huh? Well, what else do we have that burns? Surely there's some flammable liquid that we can set on fire to cook gas. Or cook glass, rather. There's an easier way to do this. If I do a cybernetic combinator. Nope, wrong type. Cybersyn constant combinator. Nope, wrong type. Ah, it's this thing. I can do a roboport. Can these read? Again. Oh wait, I don't need to tie into a roboport. What am I talking about? Why is this not working the way I remember? I remember doing it in here, in the bot mall, to read like what's available on the train grid. Part of this thing. Could have sworn. Whatever. Well, my petri dish production is failing because there's no like flammable gas, flammable liquid for the glass production. Because it's relying on gasoline only, and gasoline production seems to be very small. So either I need to figure out how to make more gasoline, or someone else should. Gasoline production's turned off because there's no stripped distillates here. No stripped distillates because of some other fluid missing. It pains me to see 16,000 gasoline in a sinkhole. But it is what it is. No light oil. Because the light oil comes from the block next door. It's not being delivered. Only one provider station of light oil. Wow. Hawkmore's oil thing. But we're not making light oil because light oil is hooked up to this one. Too much naphthalene. Naphthalene oil is here. No disposal sinkhole. But we need light oil. Yeah, it looks like gasoline needs a look-see. The stripped distillates. Are on this pipe here. We are lacking titanium tetrachloride, which should be coming in as a request. And if you like stack tracing, Pyanodons is the mod for you. Ah, we did make a ton. I used a ton of titanium plates to make, what are they called? Biosamples? We made like 10,000 biosample containers, which is a lot, but now they're made, so we have them. I'm still going to take a look at the gasoline recipe. See if there's a different way to make gasoline, or perhaps there's just like a better fuel available at some point soon or recently. I'm just going to unpause for a sec so I can get off the screen. I can actually, I wish you could look around while the game was paused. Like, why can't I navigate menus at all while it's paused? Isn't that silly? Kind of silly. All right, we're looking at gasoline. We have a lot of different ways to make gasoline. I feel like we have a lot of anthracene oil. Possibly. Am I correct? Yes, 123,000. Okay. 123,000 of that, and then hydrogen is like damn near infinite, right? Yeah. Alright, I guess I'm doing another half brick. Gasoline production. Nice, he updated the 4 fluid provider, awesome. The much smaller, much easier to build stuff, which means I don't need to request the bigger tanks anymore. Good, 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 good. Love it. Get this whole thing built before I connect it. Looks like I got them all. Come on, robots, get back in my belly. Stop chasing me around. You're so slow and bad. Blueprint shotgun kicks your butt. Okay, gasoline. Hopefully trains are on their way. We're going to do recipe book. This thing. Ionic upgrader. Needs power, presumably. And we'll just do that with a thing making power, and then we'll put power on both sides. Invert one. Copy paste. What is my purpose? You make all of the gasoline. What have I done? It's fine. Enough ingredients to make the ionic upgrader because it is fancy. Uses a reformer, which is sort of fancy, but not really. Okay. Oh, this is messed up. Shoot. All broken and bad. Maybe trying to fit all these in is just silly. This is probably already more than enough to supplement gasoline. Also, I don't like how I've done it again. Oh, there's extra electric poles. I'm gonna redo this. I think the issue is that this should be here and this should be here. That way it mirrors the top. But when I do this, now it lines up. And we should only have one? No, we still end up with 2 electric poles. Because... be here, here, and here. Better. Only there was one more tile I could fit perfectly in there. But I think I might... Do I want to do the overflow thing here? Probably not. Feels weird to build a station that's just fluids, nothing else. What's the worst that could happen, having a station that doesn't have all of its tanks? Hawkmore's not around to stop me. Watch it break everything. Fine, I won't do it. Damn it. Just move this thing for the 11 billionth time. The gasoline problem is at a train stack, so all of the work that I'm doing right now is pointless? Is that what you're saying? Trying to say? Like, I'm massively increasing gasoline production for no reason? Fun. Oh well. Can't go wrong having extra gas. Dang it. Ugh, what am I doing wrong? Why am I, like, bad at this right now? Not be that hard. Create a blueprint that works. We're going to go underground, out by one. Turn. Done. Underground, out by an extra. Turn. Underground. There. That wasn't so hard. Okay, let's change to pipe. Pipe. There. Nope, this one wants to be underground, of course. And we tie in one time. Done. Much easier than I made it seem. What is my purpose? You make gasoline and nothing else. Make sure we have power for the whole column now. Shit, these things run on power or... Yes, they do. Good, I thought for a second there that they wanted fluid. That would have been no bueno. Also, I think my caravans are broken. Huh. all of them seem to have broken at some point. I guess when I reconnected or something? I don't know. Guess it won't work the way that I thought that it would. Damn. Failed experiment. I have no iron. No iron to make pipes. I need to request more pipes. Clearly, fluid builds use just an outrageous amount of these things. They sound like they're working, but it's only a couple of them. They're not going to run for long while there's... I may have still overbuilt, even though it's a half brick. Thank God it wasn't a full brick, right? That would have been even worse. I'm worried about the slippery slope that is slowing the game down. I think I've said that a few times now, but... What's the command? I'll concede 95%. Alright, we're down to 95%. Hopefully that lets Archer catch up. Alright, fine, we'll do 90. Boo! And with that, I need more coffee. Okay, before I forget, I should have mentioned at the start of the session, I have a dinner that I'm going to do because it is my birthday. So I need to wrap up at 5:30 p.m. on the dot. I'm setting an alarm right now. And if I don't realize that it's almost 5:30, I might have to just wrap up with almost no notice. Because I gotta be out the door by 5:30. Gotta be basically running right away. Parcel left. Oh, that one's different. Doesn't have a thing. Alright, what was I working on? I've got a tiny bit of time. Maybe I can wrap this up still. I was working on this thing. It looks wrong without the word now. Since we've done it so much everywhere else. Alright, so I have not finished this build. I'm gonna mark that. Unfinished. In the process of getting that build working, I ended up moving up. I did this brick, which does this stuff, which is now... Oh, there's an unpowered thing. Whoops. It's lacking the empty petri dishes, which caused me to go work on glass, which glass was running low on fuel. Now there's not enough molten glass. Because the molten glass wants gasoline. So yeah, there's still a shortage of... Ah! Oh.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you too, thank you. Or, what? Happy birthday to you too. Thank you, Hulk. Alright, you just freaked me out. Alright, so gasoline production got me... Oh, that sound effect was a great decision many years ago. Look at all the machines making gasoline, though. Now. They're all working except for the ones that aren't. So, if I make more ionic upgraders... Give me like 20 of them. We got one machine making them here, using slow bad insertion. She said. But we appear to be out of simple circuit boards. No simple circuit boards in the logistics network. Only 583 regular simple circuit boards at the place that makes the simple circuit boards. It's lacking batteries. Time to stack trace. Why no batteries? Because batteries are imported. Batteries are imported from the one provider station. There are none to export because melamine. It's the melamine. And this station doesn't import melamine, it makes its own melamine. It's lacking ammonia. Because it's lacking the formic acid from the Vrox, yeah. How did it mess up, though? This is a recaging thing. It's expecting Vrox. But where do the Vrox come from? From here? Too many barrels? Yeah, see, the too many barrels problem is really annoying. It's difficult to get right. I think it was a mistake to add stuff to the even distribution default setting stuff. Alright, so assuming gasoline is fixed, I guess I can maybe wrap up this one last project before I have to run in about 40 minutes. So, gasoline gets made. This outpost is being used. Good. That means that the DNA polymerase should have petri dishes. Because petri dishes were assembled here. And yet, I don't see any, because we never got any glass. Okay. It all comes back to gasoline. Yeah, that's one of the downsides to having our integration science packs being brought back to the bot mall. That's weird. That's very strange. We don't do integration science packs here. Like, we don't do science here. Dang it, I lost the thread. I don't remember what I was trying to do. I wanted to make this thing. Okay, if I have gasoline, then I have petri dishes. If I have petri dishes, then I've got retrovirus. So if I have retrovirus, then I've got DNA polymerase. It's just a matter of scaling this build up. That's what I'm working on. Got it. Off by one tile? No. How big are the train blocks? We originally had 120 height by 240 width, and then just today we've introduced half blocks. But we're still using this brick system where it goes every other, so that all of the main junctions are T-junctions instead of four-way junctions, which greatly simplifies the logic needed for trains. But an example of, yeah, it looks like this now. So this is a good example of E-junction here, 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 but this one goes north. E-junction here, here, here. This one goes south. And yet there are two subdivided bricks now. And it takes some getting used to. Kind of squirrely, but that handles that. One of the reasons why I don't like lowering the game speed is that the frame rate feels choppy. Always. Whenever you have lower than 100% like UPS. You know, it feels like there's like a stutter, always. Drives me nuts. But what can you do? Alright, so we got the steel on the one going underground. Dang it, I still need another one. Ugh. That's frustrating. Wait, right here. That'll connect each front part. Cross connect all the power. And that means I'm probably done. Output product is this line. We're making extremely small amounts of this, so I don't think I need to worry about how many belts I use. That will be DNA polymerase. I find that I just leave my robots off most of the time now, because they just always fall behind the shotgun. It's like, they're only useful when you stand in one spot, Alt's tabbed, or like in the test world while they build stuff around you. Otherwise they're too slow. They don't do a good job. I guess that or blueprint shotgun's too good. Doesn't mean we're gonna get rid of it, but great mod. Almost made a boo-boo on that last one. Wish I had just a couple of petri dishes to test this, make sure it's running. Glassware is not what I need. Yes, we need glassware, but more importantly, we need petri dishes. No, not here. The one above. This one. This one needs petri dishes. So we get empty petri dishes, no go. Is there still a broken gasoline train or something? Five stations with gasoline, none above 50k. I don't show anything in the shipments screen, so I don't think. What's the issue? How come my gasoline station is not showing up? Takes me to this one. Oh, there are exactly two with that exact name. Interesting, when they have the exact same name, it's harder to actually go to the locations where they exist. I guess I'll add a 2 to mine. A3855. Uh-oh. Why do we have 3855? All the stations that I've built today have 3855. Did the blueprint book get changed to a different default? Station? I think so. Talk more? This is where we're entering the land of the confusing with Cybersyn. There is a time and a place to use different networks. I'm not sure I'm the person to explain when or why. But I've got 135,000 gasoline that's not being dropped, so I'm going to assume that there's an issue with this and probably get in trouble with Talk More by changing this to 255. Like all the other stations. That one's part of 3855 though too. Maybe I should not have done that? I don't understand the 3855 stuff. I just want my gasoline delivered. Wait, that's interesting. Fluid request threshold is not set? That's the problem. Ah, okay, I think I figured it out. It's not the network stuff. It's that the newest version of the blueprint book with fluid providers and the for fluid provider, when you paste them, it doesn't have fluid request threshold set up. And it needs to say 50,000. Is this what it says at every other station? Every other fluid provider station, I mean. Like, let me find an old provider station. You go here. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Why did I see one that had 50,000 set then? Because that's the provider side number then? Alright, I'm wrong. I just want my trains to work, damn it! Station priority 0? Is that the problem? These have station priority 1. These have station priority 0. But it's not that. Alright, I'm just gonna report to Talk More that train's broke. Don't know why. New train build, no work, no good. Darn. Well, I only have 20 minutes left, so not enough time to like start a new project, and I'm kind of frustrated with the trains. Sadly. Should we have circuits? I have no idea if we are gonna have circuits. I have no idea how any of this stuff works. We're always having problems, it seems. No gravel. Huh. Not having stone seems very odd to me. $82,000 stone available and no stone is being delivered? That's weird. Here's a station with 10,000. There's a station with 30,000. Why don't you have stone? You do have stone. You just don't have gravel. And stone or 15 gravel. Better to use stone. It feels like we should have an overflow for flue gas. We want all the intermediates, don't we? I could be wrong, but I feel like flue gas is not a very important resource for some reason. Probably totally wrong. I'll make a note that I built this. No, let's talk more. Since he's not here. My silly counter for coal usage just counted 5,909,460,000 coal used out of this patch, which contains like 300 million. It's cute, but I'm gonna get rid of it now. Too many things cluttering up my sidebar. Look at all that open space. What a big build. Tons of room. The drawback to this overflow that I added is that if there's a syngas overflow and a flue gas overflow, then it'd be bad, because then this would just run forever. But I don't see a syngas overflow. I think it's fine. Alright, I gotta wrap up in 12 minutes, so wrap up whatever you're working on or take a save for offline planning. I have 185,000 gasoline here, and I don't think I've seen a single train come. There's definitely something wrong with this station, I think. I don't understand what, though. Let's see if any more contraband showed up. Nope. I'll double check. You need to learn Sushi Belt? One of the most recent ones that I did is a good example of a simple setup that you could learn from if you want. Let me just think for a sec to remember what it was I'd done. It was to the west. No, Milk's was a while ago. Milk's got a little confusing too, because the wires are all weird. I have a more recent one that made sense. It was like... oh, it was actually... just... Was this small parts that I did? I don't know if it was small parts that had a sushi setup, though. This is the original small parts build. Something like... North or northeast? Crap. Something using it? Okay, maybe we can search then. Probably not. Everything uses small parts. At this point, it's just too easy to forget what you worked on. Damn, I know I did one, like, a couple days ago. Oh, maybe if I check this. I think it was the vanadium pentaoxide. Maybe. No, that was not it. Oh, wait, maybe it was actually a moss build. Nope. Oh, mechanical parts. Yeah! That's what it was. Here. Unfortunately, there are still no gearboxes because we have a huge shortage of fish. But, and it is a little confusing because of all the wires bringing the green all the way back to the loaders. But basically, the logic is set up right next to each one of the things, right here. So like as an example. And you just tell it how much stuff is supposed to be on the belt. There's a blueprint in the blueprint library for the game blueprints called recipe output that you can use that will just, you tell it which recipe you're doing, and then you tell it how many machines are doing it, and how many crafts per machine. You usually want this to be at about 2. But let's say you have 30 machines that want to build this. This will just kick out a number for each of the items. And then you plug that in. It's already going to come with read this side of the belt, and also... Oh, we might actually be double counting. I think we are double counting, actually. Because I had... Ah, right. No, this is an error, actually. In the Corlex build, I had to have it read on both sides, because there is a splitter. So we read from this side and from this side, because there's a splitter on this side. Or there was. That kicked stuff out. Interesting. That might explain why some of these are overfilled so easily. So we're reading this belt, we're reading the circular belt, and then it's telling the screen wires traced all the way back to each individual loader. It's setting the filter for that loader to say, you know, randomly output a signal to put that item on the belt. And once it's on the belt, it tracks it that it's there, and then it just makes sure there's that supply of everything. The splitter here. Yeah, so like that requires you to have track both sides. Right. But we need to update the blueprint to not necessarily track both sides, because then we are double counting. I was wondering why, no matter how much I adjusted the numbers, it kept on getting overfull. Read on that side, don't read on that side. Read on this side, don't. And then you can see it shuts off the filters when there's nothing needed. Oh, this is another example. So see how here we do need to read on both sides because there's a gap where this splitter prevents us from reading it. Also, that belt is going the right way or the wrong way? The right way. Anyway. Why did I used to count inside the machines and don't anymore? Because, specifically with the Corlex milking, I was trying to not lose track of the barrels, because the barrels were causing overflow problems. Because there's sometimes a barrel, sometimes not a barrel, once they have milk or once they have water. And it was really easy to overflow on empty milk barrels and empty water barrels. So I was trying to keep track of it at all stages, on the belt, in the inserter hands, in the machine, and it's just too much. It's just easier to just instead send all the empty barrels and all the empty milk barrels back through the source, and then have the circuit that decides what to put out of the warehouse decide whether it needs to put them out again or not. Just don't even bother keeping track of it at all. Like, I wasted so many hours on that, and you're just gonna fail. You're gonna make a mistake, and then the damn thing's gonna get full of milk barrels again. Is my experience. Alright, it's 5:27, I have to go. Happy birthday. See you guys tomorrow.